At the Women's Foundation for a Greater Memphis, we believe in the power of philanthropy, leadership, and collaboration to enhance the economic and social mobility of women and families by investing in programs to help them reach their full potential. We are an organization of women helping women break the cycle of poverty. For 28 years, the Women's Foundation has played a major role as a backbone organization aligning people, resources, and coordinating community-based services through a multi-generation approach to reducing poverty. Founded in 1995, the Women's Foundation has invested $35 million in 560 programs serving 8,000 individuals and low-income families annually.
My name is Lantina McGarry. I am an Ambassador Outreach Specialist at Urban Strategies, Inc. I go into the community, like community libraries, community centers, just wherever people are. I reach out to people to educate them, to kind of help remove some of the barriers that may be in their way that's keeping them from progressing in life. The holiday party was always an event I would look forward to, because I know I was on the other side just the year before, and the blessing of being able to be on the opposite side, to help, to give, to see the love within the room, see the people, smile. Yes, it was truly an awesome experience.
We are connecting with one another to create impactful change, investing in our communities and empowering women and families to not just survive, but thrive. The Women's Foundation uses a 3-generational approach to support the holistic needs of our families from cradle to career. Our grantee partners connect families in the zip codes we serve to resources and opportunities that empower both adults and children and bring families towards self-sufficiency and stability. With the success of Vision 2020, a goal of reducing poverty in zip code 38126 by 5%, the Foundation has now expanded our neighborhood-centered strategies to increase investments and reduce poverty in 5 Memphis neighborhoods by 2025. The Women's Foundation will lead the way in changing how we access resources for the community, connecting our community partners and systems, education, government, healthcare, local businesses, and faith-based communities.
These 5 students are first-generational students, and so the investment we're making is going to create an opportunity for them to have a different life, a better life.
The Kroger Next Gen Scholarship means to me a lot because I didn't have to pay for college, I didn't have to pay for tuition, I didn't have to worry about nothing or anything. I could just come to college and major in what I wanted to major in, and I ain't had to put no burden on my family or nothing like this. So being the first one in my family to go to college, so it's a big step for me, and finding my way in the world and everything.
We are creating pathways of post-secondary opportunities for students who attended BTW High School, who grew up in this community, and the opportunity for them to attend our only HBCU in the city and see the value of an education and all of the pathways and opportunities that this partnership will provide for each of them.
We want to create a system of care with family at the center that empowers people and creates healthy, thriving communities.
My name is Julia Ashbridge, and I'm a resident at the Foot Home. I stay there, and I have 2 kids. I've been here 4.5 years. It's nice over here. I want to see my girls go to college and be more successful and better than I were. I graduated from high school, but I want them to get further and try to go for whatever that they know, and I'm going to be a full support for them.
My name is Rubiana, and I'm 7. I go to LaRose Elementary. Today, I want to be a firefighter when I grow up because they put out the fires to keep people safe. I like to go to school because I love to learn. My favorite subject is art and all of the supports.
Through the power of philanthropy, leadership, and collaboration, the impact of the Women's Foundation for a Greater Memphis is widespread, producing meaningful outcomes that change lives, one family at a time.
So my teacher name is Miss Cox. And and she's nice to me.
You really like Miss Cox?
I really do love her. I love her and my mom. So kids, tell y'all you love them too.
At the Women's Foundation for a Greater Memphis, we believe in the power of philanthropy, leadership, and collaboration to enhance the economic and social mobility of women and families by investing in programs to help them reach their full potential. We are an organization of women helping women break the cycle of poverty. For 28 years, the Women's Foundation has played a major role as a backbone organization aligning people, resources, and coordinating community-based services through a multi-generation approach to reducing poverty. Founded in 1995, the Women's Foundation has invested $35 million in 560 programs serving 8,000 individuals and low-income families annually.
My name is Lantina McGarry. I am an Ambassador Outreach Specialist at Urban Strategies, Inc. I go into the community, like community libraries, community centers, just wherever people are. I reach out to people to educate them, to kind of help remove some of the barriers that may be in their way that's keeping them from progressing in life. The holiday party was always an event I would look forward to, because I know I was on the other side just the year before, and the blessing of being able to be on the opposite side, to help, to give, you know, to see the love within the room, see the people, you know, smile. Yes, it was truly an awesome experience.
The program will begin in 5 minutes. Program is beginning. Please join me in welcoming Joanna Kringle and Anne-Marie Wallace, co-chairs of the Women's Foundation Board of Directors.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to get everybody a second to grab your seats. We are so excited to see you. Good morning. I am pleased to welcome you to our 2025 Leadership Symposium and Grant Showcase. I'm Joanna Kringle, and I have the honor of serving as co-chair of the Women's Foundation for Greater Memphis Board of Directors. It is truly wonderful to see so many of you here in person today. Over the past 4 years, this event has been held virtually. So it's really meaningful to finally be able to be here together again in person, sharing in person and with our virtual experience. Today marks our very first in-person symposium, and it's even more special because it kicks off a milestone celebration, if you didn't know. The 30th anniversary of the Women's Foundation. 30 years of impact, partnerships, leadership, and lasting change in the community. Throughout the day, you'll have the opportunity to meet and connect with our 38 grantee partners who are doing amazing work aligned with the vision of our 2025 strategic plan, a bold commitment to increasing investment and reducing poverty in 5 Memphis neighborhoods by 2025. Please make time to visit with the tables during session breaks. Their work is truly the heart of what makes today so powerful. Of course, today's event would not be possible without the incredible support and leadership of our presenting sponsor, Baptist Memorial Healthcare. We are so grateful for your partnership. And at this time, it is my pleasure to introduce my fellow co-chair and dear friend, Anne-Marie Wallace.
Thank you, Joanna. Again, good morning. I am Anne-Marie Wallace. I am Senior Community Outreach Coordinator for Baptist Memorial Healthcare and also co-chair of the Board of Directors for the Women's Foundation for Greater Memphis. It is my honor to represent Baptist Memorial Healthcare as the presenting sponsor of this magnificent 2025 Leadership Symposium and Grants Showcase. I have to say I've worked this half of the room. I can't wait to work that half of the room and the outside. Baptist is so proud to partner with the Women's Foundation for Greater Memphis, and we've done it for the past 16 years. Today, we continue that commitment by supporting this special event, which celebrates women's leadership and highlights the important work happening across our community. Each panel session will amplify the power of women's voices, showcase leadership excellence, and inspire continued impact in the work and beyond. Our panelists and moderators represent transformational leadership, driving change, lifting up others, and building strong communities. The theme for this year's Leadership Symposium is the power of 30, celebrating 30 years of philanthropy, leadership, and collaboration with the Women's Foundation for a Greater Memphis. This theme closely aligns with that of the mission of Baptist Memorial Healthcare. We believe that strong corporate citizenship involves not just providing health care, but also investing in community partnerships. At Baptist, we recognize that helping individuals thrive mentally, spiritually, physically, and financially strengthens entire communities. We are proud to stand alongside the Women's Foundation and empowering women
advancing economic mobility, and building a healthier and more equitable Memphis for all. Thank you for being here. We hope that you leave this program today inspired and energized to help create the next 30 years of transformative leadership. Thank you, and change.
Thank you, Anne Marie and Joanna. Our first panel, The Power of Philanthropy, is about to begin. Please welcome our panelists and moderator, Rosie Phillips Davis, Anita Vaughn, and Becky Jones West, and the moderator for this discussion, Cassandra Webster. Cassandra Hughes Webster is the executive director of the Memphis Challenge, a talent pipeline organization she has led for 2 decades. Throughout her career, she has coached over 2,000 high-achieving students of color, including high school and college students, and emerging leaders, empowering them to amplify their voices through the EIQ. She's a founding board member of the Women's Foundation and served as board chair from 1998 to 2000, and she currently serves on the foundation's trustee board. Additionally, she's an advisory board member for Baptist Memorial Hospital for Women, the treasurer for Forward 901 Inc., and the board chair of the Red Door Incorporated. Her pivotal roles in these organizations highlight her dedication to causes that positively impact the lives of women and children. Take it away, ladies.
Good morning. Good morning. Well, it's so good to see you all this morning, and we're excited to engage in this meaningful conversation about the transformational power of philanthropy. And to make this truly an interactive experience, you'll see on your tables there are some note cards. We want you to jot down any questions that you may have that may arise during the conversation. We'll collect the cards before the Q&A segment at the end, and we've set approximately 5 to 10 minutes aside specifically to address your thoughts and your inquiries. Now, it is my distinct honor to introduce our esteemed panelists. And thank you, that voiceover, that sounded like my dear friend back there, Ursula. No, Pam. Thank you, Pam, for their wonderful introduction. Remember Pam from, I'm going to date myself. Who can remember where Pam was before she retired from FedEx, and where was she?
Channel 3.
Channel 3, yes. You get a prize. Okay, so we have 3 exceptional leaders who have proudly served alongside me on the Board of Trustees for the Foundation for the Greater Memphis. And together we have worked tirelessly to foster an organization that embodies the belief that philanthropy can ignite meaningful change within our community. But before I dive into the conversation, I want to acknowledge that what you're about to hear is just a glimpse of what these panelists, their remarkable careers. Their full biographies and the breadth of their accomplishments is nothing short of inspiring. But today we're going to focus on just a few pivotal moments that showcase their leadership and their profound impact. So on my far right, Dr. Rosie Phillips Davis is a professor of counseling psychology at the University of Memphis, where she has also held the position of Vice President of Student Affairs. She served as the National President of the American Psychological Association, focusing her presidential efforts on addressing deep poverty. Rosie has served as chair of the board for the Women's Foundation for Greater Memphis from 2004 to 2006. And she's also a newly published children's author. Rosie's superpower, the power of imagination. And this is my copy for my sweet peas. So these are available, and I'm sure she's going to tell us where she can get her book. Anita Vaughn was the founding CEO of Baptist Memorial Hospital for Women for 20 years. She's played a significant leadership role in several organizations, including the University of Memphis Lead Advisory Board and the National Alumni Association. A proud alumna, she is a life member of the Alumni Association, and she serves as the board chair of the Baptist University of Health Sciences Board, as well as the board chair of the Women's Foundation from 2008 to 2010. Please welcome Anita Vaughn. And my sister here to my right, Becky Jones-West, is the president and CEO of West Rogers Strategic Communications. Becky branded and opened the Elvis Presley Memorial Trauma Center using her strategic talents. She was the creative force behind getting Beale Street voted most iconic street in America. Becky has been a leader with the Women's Foundation for Greater Memphis for more than 30 years, a founding board member for the Women's Foundation, and was board chair from 2010 to 2012. She currently serves as our chair of the Board of Trustees. Ladies and gentlemen, please give this distinguished panel a round of applause. So before we begin this discussion, let's watch a brief video about philanthropy. It's coming.
Whose life had more impact on mine than any was a woman from, perhaps the woman whose life had more impact on mine than any was a woman from Hattiesburg, Mississippi. I never met her. Her name was Osceola McCarthy. When she was in 6th grade, she got so sick, she almost died, dropped out of school and never went back. And she got a job just washing people's clothes. That was her title, washerwoman. But when she died, she had a trust, and all of her life savings was in that trust. And she became one of the largest benefactors, giving money to the university. Perhaps the woman whose life had more impact on mine than any was a woman from Hattiesburg, Mississippi. I never met her. Her name was Osceola McCarthy. When she was in 6th grade, she got so sick, she almost died, dropped out of school and never went back. And she got a job just washing people's clothes. That was her title, washerwoman. But when she died, she had a trust, and all of her life savings was in that trust. And she became one of the largest benefactors, giving money to the University of Southern Mississippi, which, by the way, had she gone to college, would not have accepted her as a student. And ever since I heard about her and read her story, I've been determined to be a benefactor and a philanthropist. I not only want to make money, I want to be able to give money away in the spirit and in the image of Osceola McCarthy.
Osceola McCarthy's story demonstrates that everyone can give, and philanthropy is not limited to the wealthy. And I must say, we were proud and honored to recognize Osceola in 1998 at one of the Women's Foundation's tribute luncheons. So we're going to dive right into our conversation. I'm going to start with Rosie. And I'm going to ask Rosie, could you share one lesson about giving and service that you have learned through your philanthropic journey?
Okay, thank you. Am I in charge of turning this on? Is it on?
It's on.
It's on, good. And Cassandra, you have to tell me if I'm going over, because what I really want to do is tell you a little story. And that is, when I was asked if I would be the next chair of the Women's Foundation by Gail Rose, she was the chair. And I said, no, I cannot be the chair. And she said, why? I said, because I'm not rich and I'm not white. And then Ruby Bryant, who was the executive director at the time, called me and she said, I told Gail you would say that. Now let me tell you why you should be the board chair. And she talked about setting an example of how anyone could do it and all of the diversity that we have matter. And so they sent me to a training with the Kellogg Foundation about having leadership roles in nonprofits and raising money. And one of the things that I learned there is that I was supposed to get to know the people for whom I was raising money. And that I wasn't raising money for them. For me, I was raising it for them. And so when I came back, we were having something like this, and I met a woman who was trying to receive money. Her organization was trying to receive a grant from the Women's Foundation. And she was a woman who had escaped domestic violence from Little Rock, Arkansas. She'd come to Memphis without any money. She was taking care of her 3 children, and she'd taken on a 4th baby who needed her work. She was a stereotype of what a poor woman looks like. And here she was without any money. She moved me so much. She was trying to learn how to repair computers because that would make more money. And she said, I'm doing this for my children because I want a better life for them. And I want them to know that anything is possible. And I said, I'm raising money for that woman because the money is not about me. It's about making this world better. And my job is to do what I can do to make the world better. And so I started raising money. And the smallest amount that I got was from a little boy who was about 10 years old. And he says, I don't have any money. I said, anybody can be a philanthropist. He said, well, I have 15 cents. I said, well, I'll take it. And I took his 15 cents, and he was very proud to be a philanthropist.
Thank you, Rosie, for that amazing story. The power of storytelling and building the relationship and seeing yourself. Thank you. Our next question is for Anita. What is the role of collaboration in philanthropy, and how has the Women's Foundation utilized partnerships to create a lasting impact?
Thank you, Cassandra. Welcome, everyone. This is one of my favorite questions because it's about collaboration, about partnerships. And the Women's Foundation started in 1995, and we opened the Women's Hospital in 2001. And I got on the board, I think, in 2003. So it was a natural thing for me to go, their mission is our mission. Our mission is their mission. They're about helping the underserved women and children be stronger in the community and financially stable. And mine is about them being healthy and taking care of them. So it was a great match for us. And then it became a better collaboration when the Women's Foundation started the Legends program. And the Legends program recognizes women who have been very creative, innovative, and doing things to help our our community. And they select the women each year, and then they select a local fabulous artist and writer who writes the story. The artist creates a piece of art, and then we have a reveal, and it's just fabulous. It had to be at the Women's Hospital where it's displayed, and it's all along the first floor, and it will make your heart soar to read the stories of these women who have focused on injustice, civil rights, finance, education, and health, and other areas. So I invite you, one thing, to come to the hospital and walk down that hallway of legends. It is fabulous. So great collaboration with the Women's Hospital. The other is, as Rosie was saying, if you look around this room, where are we collaborating? We're collaborating with all these groups, these 501c3 groups that are looking at youth development, early childhood development, case management, health, financial stability. This is who Women's Foundation we raise our money for and distribute, because they're doing excellent work to make our community better. And I've been retired now for 8 years, but I walk in and I see some of the people that we visited way back when I was there, and they're still going strong, making the impact we want. One other one. We also partner, collaborate with different foundations. I think Ruby and Shantae got all this started, but the Sissy Foundation, the Kellogg Foundation, the Hyde Family Foundation, the Ann E. Casey Foundation, and corporations, FedEx, Baptist, First Tennessee, Memphis Housing Authority. We collaborate with all these groups to make our community better. You'll probably see it if you come to the tribute luncheon. I have to just say one thing about that Hyde Family Foundation. I walk out to go to that luncheon, and my husband goes, Anita, don't write too big of a check now. And I go, I'm not. And then I see the Hyde Foundation's going to match or triple our gift. And I say, I can't let this go. We got to get that money into the foundation. Thank you, Cassandra.
Thank you, Anita. The power of collaboration. Is that not what women do? We know how to take a little and make a lot. We know how to just empower others in such meaningful ways. And so, Anita, thank you for sharing that. Becky, reflecting on the Women's Foundation's beginning, in your opinion, what were some of the significant challenges we faced in establishing the foundation, and how did we address those challenges?
I'm not sure we have enough time for all of the challenges that we faced then. It was really unbelievable. Most of you, some of you know the story, some of you do not, but there was one lady, a brave lady, who gave the Community Foundation $50,000 to start the Women's Fund. And what she really wanted was to ignite, plant a seed for an organization that would focus on creating more of a balance. She had grown up in an environment where her father wouldn't allow her to go to school, and so she moved to live with her aunt in another city so she could go to school. So she realized the real importance and the disparity between men and women at the time. So she gave $50,000 to the Community Foundation to create an organization, the Women's Fund. And what happened was a group of women who all shared similar thoughts. We didn't know exactly what the Women's Fund would be or would turn into, but we got together and we were in the beginning of creating an organization. Now you've got to remember, we were meeting at a former funeral home, which the Community Foundation's in what was the funeral home that was gifted to them. So we were sharing space in another organization that functioned somewhat like a big brother. And we didn't really know how much authority we had or what we could do or what we could say or actually anything about that. So those are some pretty trying times. And the other really important decision, and I think this is where one little thing can make a big thing, is we were trying to decide what would the name of our organization be. And the name of the organization we had agreed upon was going to be called the Women's Foundation of Greater Memphis. And so we were together one evening and we thought, that just doesn't sound right. The Women's Foundation of a Greater Memphis. Now you've got to remember that at that same time, rumors were getting out and word was getting out and people in Memphis, we just don't know about this women's group that's creating a foundation and what are they going to be about? What are they going to do? What is their focus going to be? And so we were having pushback from certain organizations in, admittedly primarily men. So the board one night decided that we would change the word of to for. And then we felt like that some of that pushback might, start to kind of pull back, minimize a little bit, if we as an organization made sure that people in Memphis knew that we were for Memphis. And so everything we did from that moment on, I think it became a clear, more crystal kind of brand or image of a foundation that was for something and not of something. And so I think that was the beginning of the collaboration in terms of how people really begin to feel about it. I will share with you though that those days were kind of bumpy. And in our first year, we were all sitting around the table, wringing our hands, trying to figure out how we were going to raise $50,000. And we did it, but it was tough and it was not an easy thing. And so now you can see what I feel like most of you in this room have to adhere to the same philosophy I have, which is where there's a will, there's a way. And so I think that was really, we never said it, we never talked about it. It was kind of an unspoken feeling among the board, but it was where there was a will, there was a way. And so that was the beginning and some of the toughest times. And also the last thing I want to say about that is we didn't have stable leadership. By that, I mean not board, but by an executive director. And it wasn't until we got an executive director along the lines of someone as committed and is as devoted and as talented and skilled as Ruby Bright. But one of the things I think this organization is really grateful for is the stability in the leadership, which has allowed us to stay the course.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Becky. And that woman who gave that $50,000 was Murdy Buckman. So now I have a question for each of you, and share just a 30-second soundbite because we've got more questions and we want to get to this beautiful audience. So the question for all, I'm going to start with Rosie. What is a significant memory or moment of success in the Women's Foundation history that has stayed with you and has strengthened your commitment to this work?
Okay, it's a great lead in from the story that Becky just told you. We started in 1995, and by the way, when they were asking me, did I want to be a part of the Women's Foundation, I said, sure, because I'm a psychologist, and I thought I would be teaching people how to be assertive, assertiveness training. And then when they told me I was going to be raising money, I thought, oh my God, how am I going to ask anybody for some money? But one thing, we started in 1995. I was board chair in 2004 to 2006, and it was during that time we went from struggling with raising that $50,000 to raising our first $1 million. It is the power of women, and it's because we were working on things. Do any of you all remember things like Dixie Homes and all of those projects and whatnot? And so part of what HUD had done was to start to revitalize. Anybody remember Hurt Village and all that downtown? Mm-hmm. Yeah, what they had done, Hurt Village, but they hadn't worked with the community scientists, the people who live there in Hurt Village, to say, how do we move you out and move you back in? So part of what the Women's Foundation did is partner with HUD. And then we partnered with, what's the name of the organization?
Memphis Housing?
The organization that we hired to help us. Yeah. Oh, God.
Urban Strategy.
Urban Strategy. Thank you so much. I'll be 76. Urban Strategy. And we did that so that they could work directly with those individuals in those projects and help them to move out and then help them to have the ability to move back in. Because we didn't want to just transform and make something for, well, I'm not opposed to wealth, by the way, but we wanted to make sure that we took care of those individuals. So signing that agreement and starting with that, and you could see that this little organization could begin to have a massive, big impact. And that's, I guess, the thing that's memorable to me, is that it just takes us. It just takes us, and we can dream big and then do even bigger than we dream.
Awesome, awesome.
And
Anita.
along that line, I think I was chair right after Rosie. And so I think, stretch goals, they put it to 1.2 million. And I'm very competitive, athletic back in the day. And so I said, my gosh, I've got to do this. And we did. We raised that 1.2 million. And I think the most memorable thing was when they picked the zip code 38126. And I felt, sometimes I feel like we're throwing money at world hunger, but we were able to zero in on one area and set our goals for that area. And then we would test them, see what we're doing. Had we reached those 5-year goals? And the last thing would be, whenever Susan Stevenson spoke, I'm in this. She's just the most phenomenal speaker about what our accomplishments have been.
Well, I don't think there's any question that the day we took that vote over at the Junior League to raise $1 million, we had never raised anywhere near that. And we didn't have any notice. We kind of have an emergency called board meeting, and we all went and we heard the pitch. And then as luck would have it, the deadline was like the next day or something. With DC, you had to submit your promise. You had to be part of this partnership with the city of Memphis to get this money from HUD in DC, and you had like a couple days. And it was a really soul-searching, tough kind of meeting with people. You knew where people stood, and everybody pretty much hung together and said, okay, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. We have no idea how we're going to do it. We don't know where the money's going to come from, but we're going to do it. And I don't think in the history of the organization, I think that was a transformational moment. I think since then we've had some other significant events we've done, and certainly, fundraising goals, attendance goals at the luncheon. But that was the time in which we went from as we would sometimes say, put your big girl panties on, because this time we're really getting ready to do something that we didn't know we could do it. We didn't know we did it. So that was it. That was the moment.
Wow.
And can I add something to that story? Because of pulling in people who work. I think one of the things that I'm so proud of with the Women's Foundation is working with the people with whom we work, that is the collaboration. And one of the things I remember a story, it was at one of the luncheons, one of the women who had lived in Dixie Home talked about how she was scared, and how she said that her grandmother, her mother, everyone had just lived there. She didn't do much work, but she lived there, and she was afraid to leave that porch and afraid to leave that setting. But because the Women's Foundation was right over there with Urban Strategies, doing financial workshops and all that, she got up and went over there and began to learn, and she became one of our biggest advocates, because those are the people who actually can tell the story. And I loved it. And then the other thing that I did was, and for APA, that's a bunch of PhDs. I had one of them come when I was president and tell the story of what was going on at the Women's Foundation. The room was packed, and they listened to her, because if you collaborate and listen to the people with whom you're trying to do work, I'm telling you, you will have success. And it's not your success, it's their success.
Thank you. It reminds me of an African proverb, when spider webs unite, can tie up lions. And so we had this diverse group of women from all sectors of the city coming together. It wasn't that we couldn't do it. It was like, okay, how are we going to do it? And let's make a plan. And those were some challenging but they were such transformational years for us. And it was so empowering. The wraparound services that Urban Strategies provide is a model that is now replicated across the country, and that started here in Memphis. So Memphis should be very proud of the work that we do that impacts the lives of women and children, because other companies, foundations, national organizations look to Memphis as the model of excellence. Thank you, my sisters. So I'm going to go to Anita with the next question. How can we inspire younger generations to engage in philanthropy?
Well, I think it starts with parents, and most of y'all in this room are parents. I can remember my parents, every Saturday night, they sat down at the dining room table and flipped out that big checkbook back then with the ledger on it, and they wrote out their tithe for church tomorrow. Mm-hmm. So they modeled that for me and insisted that we 3 kids do our tithe also. And you might remember the church, there might be some gray hairs in here, the church would always get us to contribute to the Annie Armstrong or the Lottie Moon programs. Also volunteering, I think that's one way to get young people involved. You might be volunteering at hospitals, at community programs, at churches, service through sororities, and join the Young Philanthropy that Ruby and her daughter started. We have that organization right here with our own group. But I think it's giving time, treasure, and talent. So you model that, you role model it, tell your story. Don't keep it to yourself. Tell your story about what you've done, your journey you've taken to others, and let them see the joy that you experience from sharing. I say don't wait. Give it now, whether it's time, talent, or treasure. Give it now. I get more joy in seeing what I give, whether it was time to the Women's Foundation or treasure, seeing it at work. I love to see it at work while I'm alive. So that's the way I think you get to the younger generation. Just encourage them to get involved. Ooh, 15 minutes.
And giving what? Giving feels good. You know, when you're helping someone else, when you're giving, it's just an amazing feeling. I challenge any person in here who's not giving, and I'm sure that that's not the case. And because our first portal, as you've said, is at giving at church and modeling that, and for parents, ensuring and modeling that for their children to see. Becky, what advice would you give someone wanting to give back, but they're kind of unsure where to start?
Well, I think each person has their own set of circumstances. And I believe in strategic giving, meaning that I want my money or my efforts or my talent in for the long haul. The Women's Foundation is a perfect example of that. I've given the organization 30 years. Whereas my husband, he gives to this and this and this and this and this, drives me crazy because I don't feel like anything's really making a difference for what he's doing. Now, he feels good about it, and that's fine. But from my standpoint, I always felt like pick something that you care about. Pick something that you really believe in, and don't necessarily feel like you have to give this organization a little bit of money, this organization. That's just my personal philosophy, because I don't think young people have that much money. And so I was thinking about this last night. It gave me a good opportunity to think about my grandparents and my parents and what they did. My grandfather had a detached retina. He was blind in his left eye. We never really knew it as children. We never really paid much attention to it. We always knew driving was a big thing because he was blind in his left eye. And he couldn't, he always had to really make an effort to keep us safe in the car. But he was an active member of the Lions Club International. Well, the Lions Club International is an international organization. However, that group, the Lions Club of the Mid-South, their charity, or the thing that they did, was helping people with their eyesight. And so I watched him my whole life collect old used glasses, raise money so that children could be tested for whether they needed glasses or not, good eyesight. I mean, the theory is if children can't see, they can't read, they can't learn. And so my grandfather never really had much money, but he was so dedicated to that one thing. And so I really thought about last night, you don't have to have much money. You can use your skills. Early in my career, I didn't really feel like was in a position to give much, but I knew I could communicate and I could influence people and I could cause people to do things that they didn't even know they wanted to do or not. And so some of you have skill sets. You have things that you could do to help a charity, to help an issue, to help something. The other thing somebody told me the other day, which I thought was really interesting, it was a philanthropist who, she used to live here. She inherited a lot of money or she received a lot of money through a divorce. And she used to live here and now she lives in another city. And she was talking a lot about strategic marketing and strategic giving and how certain things like matter to her. But she said she gave where her feet had been. Like she felt like her feet had been in Memphis and now her feet physically are somewhere else. And so that was her focus on her strategic philanthropy was, I have this money, I have it to give, but I'm going to give only in the places where my feet have been. So there's so many different ways to look at what you can do to give back to your community. If I had to start over again, not really start over again, but if I had another life, I think I would probably really focus more on literacy. I had a grandfather who was illiterate, and so I know what a big need this city has for teaching, making sure children can read by the 3rd grade. So if I had a new charity or a new life, I probably would focus on literacy.
Wow. Thank you, Becky. I love that. Give where your feet are planted and be strategic in your giving, as well as first models. So Rosie, how do you envision the evolution of philanthropy over the next decade or more?
I think it has to grow. And I won't get too political on us. But with a lot of cuts from a lot of formal places, we cannot afford to let our organizations not have all that is needed. And so we have to give more. If things are important to us, we have to give more. If we want to help poor people around the world and governments don't do it, guess who has to do it? Who has to do it?
We do.
We do. I believe in the heart and soul of human beings. I believe that there are more kind people in the world than there are mean people in the world. I believe there are more caring people in the world who care for each other than there are people who don't care. I believe that we know that it's our duty, our responsibility to take care of each other and all those people who need our help. So I think what will happen is that our giving will grow, and I'm counting on each of you to make sure that happens.
Let the church say, amen.
Reverend Rosie.
We got to dig deep because what? We believe. All right, now for our last question, and this is another one that I'm going to ask each of you to address, and that is, if you could leave the audience with one key takeaway about the power of giving, what would it be? Anita, we'll start with you.
Thank you. I would leave you with that philanthropy is love. And it's not a destination. Philanthropy is a bridge to get to what you're passionate about, whether it's healing, grace, social justice, whatever it is. So to achieve your passions, you can do it through philanthropy. I'm with Rosie. We need everyone to give. But the other thing that was really big to me was that my corporation should give. And they did while I was there. And I left it in good hands with Anne Marie and Cynthia. And I can see it's still working, and that makes me so happy. So it does take corporations too, besides all our gifts.
Awesome. Philanthropy is love. Becky.
I think you have to make it a habit. I think it has to be a priority, but it has to be either a habit or a priority or something that you do all the time. You can't just give occasionally and think that you're making a difference. And I believe that you have to really stay the course if you want to make a difference in whatever your world is. I mean, it doesn't have to be you can make a huge difference with someone if you're just helping one person from a mentor, just mentoring someone and make a huge difference in their life, which will then have probably an impact on so many other people. So I think it's like you give, but you give in a way to where it keeps on giving. And you just have to figure out what that works for you, because not everybody has the money to give, and not everybody can give in the same way. And so this isn't something that I think you can just rush out and do. I think if you're going to be strategic about what you give and how you give, you've got to really give some thought to it. And you got to really dig deep and say, what matters to me? Like, what matters to me, but what is it that I can do that'll make a difference in the way that I can do it? And I think that's really the important part of all this.
Awesome. Staying the course, making it a habit, a priority. Rosie.
Okay, you know, one of the things I've come to know is that giving for me is a pretty selfish act. And that's because I sure do feel good when I help somebody. Now, do all of you feel good when you help somebody? Tell the truth. Yeah. So, and it doesn't have to be a lot, and you can give, and I love that. What was that? Time, treasure, and talent, whatever, all those things, whatever it is that you have to give. And don't think that you have to be, because that was the example for me when I finally agreed to be chair of the board. You don't have to be rich. Give whatever you can give. And just like that little boy that gave me that 15 cents, I was so proud of him. And he was proud of himself. Do what you can do and do it from your heart. And I guarantee you, you will get way more back than you gave.
Give a round of applause for this amazing panel. Now, we just have a few minutes left. Are there any burning questions? Anyone have any questions? Do we have any hostesses who are going to be picking up any cards? Are there any questions? Wow, no questions. Oh, my goodness.
Over there.
Over here? Okay.
The stories are just so inspiring, and when you're in this work and you're doing it every day, you don't see the forest for the trees, and so this has really been refreshing, and I want to thank you.
Thank you so much. You got some veterans up here. Other questions or comments?
Just got a question over here.
Over here?
Can you?
Okay. So when you say struggle, tell me more. What do you time? Time. Okay. Sure. Who wants? Well, let me say this. I can't see you. I feel like I'm talking. Okay, there you go. Okay, this podium is blocking my view. With little children, I think one of the ways in which you can get involved is them or with programs that they're affiliated with, so that you can weave that your time. If you're going to the school, surely the school needs some help. I can remember doing the yearbook project at my daughter's sixth grade campus school, and but the teachable moment that you're also modeling for your sons and daughter is going to have a ripple effect. And so again, there's where some treasure is that you can share. And it may be little things, organizing parents to bring the tissue and the plastic bags, or deciding on the day that, you're going to bring the cupcakes. There are so many ways that you can help and be of service, and doing it in the space and the time that you're in. I think that's really important, so that it doesn't feel like it's an extra thing that you're doing.
I'll give an answer too, and that is, I like that one. And I can't tell you how many folk always ask me, help my son buy some popcorn. Mm-hmm. And so you could be one of those people who ask to help buy some popcorn. I mean, that would be it. And I'll tell you a controversial one that you might do to help the community. And that is, sometimes if you're comfortable enough, that person that's standing on the corner asking for help, occasionally give them $1. Now, I got to tell you that people say, well, they're just scamming. And I got to tell you that I'm no better than anybody else. And one day I even went to see where somebody's car was, to see if they had a great car. They didn't. But you know me, I tell you, I'm about as awful as you can get, and maybe as good as you can get. But I would say that whatever the little thing is, just like that 15 cent, whatever the little thing is, because you are going to be busy, and there's nothing more important than for you to raise those children in your household. There's nothing. That's right. And model for them. But yeah, so make it little. Don't think you have to do it big right away, because as you do it and as you get busy, and I'll guarantee you that you're just going to get more busy, because busy people are the ones who are doing the stuff. I'm here to tell you.
And I'll make one comment. I think just have the conversation too with your family, with your husband if you have it, or your children, that this is my passion. My passion is my family, but my passion also is healthcare for women and children and the Women's Foundation. And it's going to take some time. I've got to dedicate some time. So stand by me. And they did. They did.
I think juggling is tough for everybody right now, especially if you have, you have children, but some of us have, parents and are caretakers for parents. And I got to tell you, that's the toughest job I've ever had. Not that it was as important keeping my kids, but having to care for my parents was an extraordinarily tough time in my life. But I think that, you have to, if you do your strategic if you have a strategic philanthropy or strategic cause or effort that you care about, you can do it on a smaller scale, and then you can do it on a medium scale, and then you can do it on a bigger scale as time allows. Like if you just make it a habit or carve out something that you care about, and it may be that you can't do it yet, but you just want to research what you're going to do. And you can certainly figure out how to research what you want to do, so that when you do have time, you can then begin to do some of those things. So I think it's just a matter of fitting it in somehow, and not feeling like you have to do it all the same amount always. You may have to do time, or you may do money, or you may do time one year and money the next year. So you just figure out that that's your passion, and that's something that you want to stay the course with. And be able to be flexible in how you feel good about where your commitment is. Does that help?
I think this is our time. Well, thank you so much.
Barnes and Nobles any way you like. It was just a
Thank you, ladies, for a wonderful discussion. Before you network and visit our Grantee and Partner booths, we'd love to hear your feedback. Please scan the QR code. first one is, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it is the only thing that ever has. That's from Margaret Mead. Love that quote. So, are we gathered now? We're ready for our next session? All right, our next session is The Power of Leadership. Please welcome our panelists and moderator. The panelists are Kayla Rodriguez-Graff, Bridget Sisney, Ruby Hancock, and Allison Boss. Allison Boss, moderator for this session. She is the administrator of Baptist Memorial Hospital for Women. She is the CEO and administrator of Baptist Memorial Hospital for Women and the Spence and Becky Wilson Baptist Children's Hospital. Allison began her career at Baptist as a graduate assistant in 2014, later advancing through leadership roles before becoming CEO in 2022. Allison has also served as a member of the Women's Foundation Grants Committee. Welcome, Allison.
Well, thank you so much, everyone, and good morning. I'm truly honored to be here with you all today. And I first want to thank the Women's Foundation for a Greater Memphis for bringing us all together to celebrate the power of 30. 30 years is such an amazing accomplishment. Today, in our conversation, we will explore how leaders in Memphis, both emerging and established, are shaping a bold, inclusive, and innovative future. Our panelists will share stories of risk, resilience, and will help us reimagine what leadership can look like in our city. We're so lucky to have 3 remarkable women joining us to share their insights. We want this session to feel like a conversation, so there are cards on your table, and we do have time at the end for you all to ask some questions. We'll have about 5 to 10 minutes just for your questions. And so now it's my pleasure to introduce our panelists. First, we have Bridget D. Sisney. Bridget is the Director of Leadership Programs at New Memphis, where she leads leadership development, recruitment, and engagement initiatives. A former Teach for America Corps member, Bridget has held multiple educational leadership roles since moving to Memphis in 2013. She is also the owner of a holistic wellness business promoting yoga, Pilates, and mindfulness. Recognized as a top 40 under 40 honoree by both the Memphis Business Journal and Urban Elite Professionals, Bridget lives by the motto, aspire to inspire, advocating for growth and wellness across the community. Our next panelist is Ruby Hancock. Ruby is the audit partner and Memphis office managing partner at KPMG. She is the first woman to fill this role at a Big Four firm in the Memphis market. She drives growth across audit, tax, and advisory services while championing diversity and literacy initiatives at KPMG. A dedicated community leader, Ruby serves on boards including Youth Villages, the Greater Memphis Chamber Foundation, and the Women's Foundation for a Greater Memphis. She is a Leadership Memphis executive alum, a Memphis Business Journal 40 under 40 honoree, and a passionate mentor for women in leadership. Ruby lives in Germantown with her husband and 2 children. And our third panelist is Kayla Rodriguez-Graff. Kayla is the CEO and co-founder of Sweet Bio, a company revolutionizing wound care with affordable, advanced healing solutions. With over a decade of experience in medical device development and mass market strategy at Target Corporation, Kayla has led Sweet Bio through FDA clearance, Medicare coverage, and has raised over $10 million in funding. A proud Puerto Rican, an advocate for women and diverse entrepreneurs, she serves on multiple boards, including the Epicenter Memphis and Shelby Farms Park Conservancy. Kayla has been named an Inc. magazine 100 female founder and has been featured by both Apple and Forbes. Kayla is also a proud wife and mom of 3 young children. Ladies, thank you so much for being here. Let's start our conversation with the topic of innovation. Memphis has always been a city of creators, of music, movement, and now business and technology. I want to hear how each of you are pushing innovation forward in your respective spaces. I'll start by asking each of you an individual question. Kayla, how do you lead a biotech company in a way that stays rooted in the community while pushing the boundaries of innovation?
Yeah. First off, thank you all so much for having us. Biotech is an interesting space across the country. Typically, when you hear biotech, you hear lots of funding raised and breakthrough technologies. But we had a decision 10 years ago when we founded this technology, which came out of the University of Memphis right here. We can move to San Francisco and build a company in the way that startups were being built and known to be successful, or we can move to Memphis, Tennessee, where we could build the company the way that we wanted to build it, which was rooted in impact, putting people first over profits, but still building a high growth, high value company. And what we decided was that this was more than just innovating in biotech. It was looking at how we built the structure of the company. And what better way to learn than be in the backyard of St. Jude, where they've cracked the way to help people get better, powered by people. And so we listened a lot in this community, and we service a lot of members of this community. I treat wounds like diabetic ulcers, skin cancer sites, the ones that impact generations. And so we knew that innovation was going to come not just from creating this really cool collagen manuka honey product that worked better than the competition. It was innovating how we got it to people, the access point and affordability. And I think Memphis is uniquely positioned to help us think differently. We get to see some of the problems and opportunities right here. And so it was that looking across multiple views of innovation that has helped us kind of get where we are.
Yeah. And I love your comment about your business being rooted in impact. And I think that is just really powerful to hear how kind of that community and innovation piece can kind of coexist at the same time. And so we'll shift a little from the biotech space into more of a corporate space. And so my next question is for Ruby. In a legacy-driven corporate space like KPMG, what does innovation look like, and how do you make room for it?
Thank you so much for everybody being here today, and for the Women's Foundation for having this event and having me as one of the panelists. Just to give background on what KPMG is, we're a professional services firm. And so when I talk about how I bring innovation to the workplace and to my employees, it's very important that you understand that we hire directly out of college. So my employees range from 23 to 35, and if you're in your 40s, you're ancient. So just kind of keep it in perspective. But innovation, obviously, in any kind of corporate setting is the way of the land. It's about doing more with less, using the technology to your advantage, offshoring as much as you can. And so really what I try to lean into is empowering my people to have ideas and bringing them to the table. Don't just settle for the status quo because that's how I do it and because that's how I was taught how to do it for the last 20 years. But really bring the new insights and have the courage, and really for me to give them permission to bring those to the table. And so I think it goes both ways. Like I want to cultivate this innovation, but to do that, you really have to empower and give your people permission to have a voice. And when that voice is, given to you, you have to listen, and you have to really lean into that perspective. So, working with these young professionals, it's so much fun to see their energy and their growth. And they've taught me so much about how to be a great leader and professional as well.
Well, thank you, Ruby. I think your comments about empowering others and really bringing them to the table so they can feel like their voices are heard really leads kind of nicely into my next question for Bridget as the leader at New Memphis. So Bridget, someone who works closely with emerging leaders through New Memphis, how do you see innovation playing a role in how the next generation is approaching leadership?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Allison, for that question. And special shout out to my fellow panelists. Y'all are rock star women, so happy to sit next to you all. So you all, when we think about innovation with the next group of leaders, it's automatic, right? So we talk about multiple generations being in the workforce. We're talking about from baby boomers to millennials to now Gen X, and even I'm looking closely to see what's happening with Gen Alpha to know that new ideas are happening organically because new leaders, our emerging leaders, are looking at the workforce and their immediate question is why? Why are you doing it like that? Why do I have to do it like that? Why are you telling me that I have to do any of it, right? They're asking the questions and they're organically coming up with their own solutions, which allows us to be innovative, but also to bring into new modalities a way of getting the job done, to figure out what's the solution. And the solutions are coming. And they're coming more than just what we expected, but they're exceeding the expectations. So some things that we thought, hey, maybe this actually isn't impacted by this. Our young emerging leaders are coming up with the solutions and they're doing it creatively. They're doing it their own way on their own path. And so in my work, I'm able to champion them, sit alongside them, ask them questions, dig deeper, and to do the reflective work to make sure that our programs at New Memphis not only meets our standard of excellence, so all of our programs have been in existence in over a decade, but to also ensure that it's meeting the need of who the workforce is coming, but also the need of our employers, because that's the gap that we have to talk a lot about in Memphis, right? Is what the employers are asking for, what professional organizations need, but also what are the skills, the talents that our emerging leaders are bringing, and how can we find that alignment to really make Memphis the best?
Yeah, and I love that your statement of young leaders are really coming up with solutions, and it's just creating that space for them to feel like they can bring forward those ideas. And so, the innovation piece is really powerful, but that doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens with intentionality and creating that space and making sure that people feel seen and valued. And so I think that leads nicely into the next topic that I'd like for us to talk about, and that's inclusivity. And so I feel like what we've heard today from these leaders is that leadership is about making space for others to rise. And so I'd like to just open this up to the group, but how do you ensure that your leadership includes more voices at the table? So what intentional steps do you take to make sure that happens?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I think it starts with asking the question, and not asking a question to just bring folks to do a checklist of, okay, I have this demographic, I have this lived experience at the table, but to ask the intentional question because the person you're inviting has a level of expertise, that they have something to feel valued. We all want to make sure that our voice, our presence, our existence is valued. But what does that mean if I'm just haphazardly invited to a space? But if you intentionally say, hey, I know you have this lived experience and we know that it would be a value add to this project, to this committee, that's why you're here. That's intentional, that's thoughtful, and it also comes off as sincere. So when we talk about building inclusive coalitions, it has to happen with intentionality. That's the first side of the coin. And then the other side of the coin is that you have to be an active listener. So you invite me, you're intentional with the question. And so now where does my value show? Where is the impact of my presence, right? Because if that isn't seen, you may have someone who's really dedicated, who's really hardworking, but if there's never any fruits of their presence, they may start to doubt their existence. And that sometimes can happen quickly, specifically with our emerging leaders. So that's why the ongoing show of, hey, this is where your feedback has been provided. Hey, it may not be actually in the execution phase, but to just know that we're taking your thoughts, we're taking your lived experience, and we're applying it to our strategy. And that strategy may not come to fruition for the next 3 to 5 years, depending on your strategic plan, but to just know that there's an opportunity to include our emerging leaders in ways that are intentional and that support you being a listener and a supporter.
And I'll add to that. I mean, asking someone to speak and come to the table is one thing, but I think you also have to really get to know the person, because for you to understand their perspective, you have to understand where they came from. And so I just think it's so valuable in both work and life and in our community to really meet somebody where they're at and understand what they have to give and what their ideas are. But I think it's more valuable if you kind of see those ideas shape from the foundation that you understand and you really get to know the person.
Yeah, and I'll give 2 examples. I think do the thing that they say if it's a good idea is kind of the motto that we have. Like, at Sweet Bio, we don't have to agree. We need to be aligned where we're going, but we're not going to agree. And I think that brings out such amazing different perspectives and ideas. And so one example, we were looking at a partnership for our product that would have white labeled it, would have put it under someone else's brand. And one person on the team, the deal started looking worse and worse and worse to the point where I was going to be shipping a $5 bill in each box out. Wouldn't have been so good for business. And they said, why are you talking about this, Kayla, like it's done? It's not done. No papers are signed. Let's go have the conversations. That's someone who typically doesn't speak up much. And so I did the thing. We stopped the deal. And I went back and I made sure that they knew that it was because of their perspective and their insights. And I remind them of that this is what makes us Sweet Bio, is your voice. And then my chief of staff, we were doing trainings, and sometimes it's hard for me to figure out what to say in a training to a sales team because I built the company. It's so exciting to talk about all the things. They don't need to know all the things. So my chief of staff went to the deck and cut out so many slides and was like, here's your new presentation. And it made me better and stronger. And so giving her the credit in front of the team, because that's how she feels recognized, and encouraged her to bring more ideas. And so we try to do the thing. And if they need to know it, in front of others that we did the thing and their voice matters, we'll tell it. If they need to know, quietly, then we do that. But I think doing the thing.
Yeah. And we heard a lot of great examples about adaptability just there. And so I'm curious as to, with leadership changing in today's world, how should leaders be thinking about how we should adapt in our current environment? How should we be thinking about that?
I've always said throughout my career, I think regardless of who our new leaders are in politics or in our communities, I think you have to learn to be nimble. I think you have to learn how to understand who you are and be confident in who you are, but be able to change with the environment as well. And so, and we need to encourage our leaders within our organization and our community to also do that. Even maybe you don't agree with what's happening with the new leadership change or not, you still have a huge part of the impact that you make in this community every day, and you still have a gift to give. And so finding a way to still be a part of something, even if you're in disagreement with the leadership, is, I think, key, especially in this day and age where there's so many changes happening with our federal funding and just with organizations in general. So I think making sure that stepping away is not an option. Our community needs us, and we need to be there for our community.
Yeah, I would say, and this kind of adds on, I think, to what Ruby and Kayla were sharing just a moment ago, is that we're able to pivot and adapt when we have clarity on the purpose and the vision. When there's alignment of what our end goal is, what's the purpose of our being here and doing the work we're doing, and who's it's going to impact, then you're able to pivot a lot more seamlessly. Because when an opportunity for transformation comes up, you can kind of pressure check yourself and say, hey, is this still on course with the vision? Is this still aligned to our purpose? And if those answers are yes, then it makes sense to make the pivot. It makes sense to be adaptable in that moment. But sometimes we kind of get ahead of ourselves, or we see the bright and shiny dangling disco ball in the distance. And it's like, is that still aligned to the purpose? It may be an opportunity, but is that an opportunity for us? Or does it bring into collaboration? Do we have a partner? Do we have a friend who may be better suited, better situated, and it connect to their vision and not ours?
Yeah, I think I hope someone can find and give credit to who said this, but one of my favorite quotes I've heard, even from my time back at Target, was when the road ahead is foggy, you tense up and slow down when you're driving. But when it's clear, you relax and accelerate. And to me, that was just the perfect form of vision. You are able to take the curves and anticipate the curves when you've got clarity on your destination. And I think what that has meant for Sweet Bio was, we attract folks that are resilient and adaptable. I need them to be. Yesterday, I received 10,000 pouches of my new products, and it was all hands on deck, putting them in bigger boxes and stickering. And then I need them to execute on their jobs when we have that next capacity. But it also requires me to be adaptable, which means I've got a lot of fractional employees that's what works better for their life too. So I think that how we've been looking at, I need their skill sets to be adaptable, but I've become so much more adaptable to what the workforce needs so that I have top talent as well. And that's really been over the last 5 years where it's like we as a corporate can lean into adaptability too. And we've gotten such high caliber talent because of it.
Person in some way, shape, or form. And so I know we do have a lot of leaders on our panel who are in traditionally male-dominated industries. And so I'm curious about what advice you would give female leaders or female aspiring leaders who are seeking out a leadership role.
I can start with this one because I started in a very male-dominated career, and it's still pretty male-dominated, the big four public accounting firms are. But I was very fortunate to have a mentor, and it kind of happened naturally, but now this is kind of my platform for all women coming up in business, especially is, I was fortunate enough to have a woman mentor that was out of Jackson, Mississippi. Worked with her on a lot of the healthcare clients that I worked on as I was coming up in the firm. She had 3 children. She was a partner with the firm. I watched her be at every event of her children's, how she maneuvered, work and kids and husband. And she really not only inspired me, but gave me permission to make my own path in an office where I just had male leadership. But as I grew and I had my kids and I had her as a mentor, I also thought it was really important. You also need male advocates too. I don't think being on a woman platform alone is good or viable long-term. And so I found a male mentor here that worked with me. He showed me the ropes of Memphis. He introduced me on how to sell the company, how to get involved in community. And they both had very pivotal parts of who I am today. One showed me how to be a mother and a professional. The other showed me how to be a salesman. And so I think it's important to not only just find your mentor, but find your mentor knowing what you need from them and make sure that they're diverse. You don't need 3 of the same person. And so I just think that's so pivotal for women, especially when you're trying to rise in the ranks of the male-dominated profession.
Yeah, I've had one foot in entrepreneurship since the beginning, and I've had one foot in biotech, arguably both male-dominated. As a Latina founder, 0.0x% of funding goes to women. I think I'm the highest raising Latina in the state of Tennessee at 10 million, and that we just have to do better, right? We have to do better. We've had, I would share a slightly different perspective. For us in that field where I'm 5'3", fun, very different than what was normal in biotech at the time. And even now was finding the highest value, fastest path to viability. I needed to know very quickly, was my idea good or was it just being blocked because I didn't have access? And so what we realize is a very simple term in business. It's called the diffusion of innovation curve. It's a bell curve, and you've got the innovators and early adopters on one side, mass market in the middle, and kind of laggards. And it's how people adopt new things. If you like technology and you wait in line for iPhone 1 like me, or you wait for 5-star reviews from 20,000 people on Yelp, right? You can kind of see how it works. So when you get feedback, when we got feedback like, oh, you should change your name from Sweet Bio, it sounds like a Mickey Mouse company, I need to know where they are on that curve. Because if they're in laggards, you're not my person. Thank you for your time. I will find my person and you go have fun with that. Like, that's fine. But when I get someone earlier on the curve, they're going to be most aligned with me. And then I can take that feedback at face value and understand truly, do I have something viable to move forward? And I've got to move fast. And so I think we found it's a bell curve. So there's fewer of them. So for us, it was a high amount of touch points, knowing I was going to get mass no's, both in entrepreneurship and biotech, being in a male-dominated field, looking and behaving like I do, fully aware. I had to find that group, and to me, that meant increasing my number of exposures to it.
Yeah, I'll share that really the two things that are important would be conviction and a little bit of confidence. You have to be so deeply convicted that you belong in the space doing the work that you're doing. And then you have to have the confidence to match. Now, having one without the other may create a different type of mixture. But if you have the confidence, meaning you have the skill set, you have what's required, then you stand on the conviction that you belong there, right? Over time, with hard work and consistency, you'll be wherever you need to be at the top, whether that's a male-dominated field. I think when we look at the nature of our society, those are the things you need regardless of how we categorize the space you're in. That true conviction that you are where you're purposed to be, and the confidence, which means the skill set to do the work.
And a lot of those examples and statements, a lot of that requires a lot of courage. And so I want to shift us into kind of the next topic of bold decision making. And so can you all talk about, any pivotal moment that you've had in your career where you've had to take a bold leadership step? And would you mind sharing the outcome of that step?
I don't know if I don't view it as bold, but it was new. So there's an organization that our firm put out. It's 30 plus years now. It's called KPMG Network of Women. It was based on the fact that it's a male-dominated profession. And there was not a chapter in Memphis. And I was the oldest female in Memphis at that time. I was a senior manager, and I thought, you know what? If somebody gave me the ability to walk confidently in a room and to come to a table, and I never gave it back to my younger folks, it just dies with me. And why is that fair? So we stood up a chapter here in Memphis. It's called KPMG Network of Women. It gives and invites women in our profession, and specifically in our Memphis office, an avenue of mentorship and also a place to come and vet. We bring them out into the community to meet other executives. And we really give them a platform to speak on. And it's been very meaningful to me in my career. And I think it's something that we need to remember that, if you're given the grace by other mentors and some of this things that we've talked about, then you have to give it back. You have to give it back to keep it going. So I think it's really pivotal that we continue to do that.
Okay, Alice, I'm gonna do my best to bring this story as tight as I can. But when I think about, as Allison shared in my bio, I started out in education as a middle school science teacher here in Memphis, and seeing the need for mental health supports, for self-regulation, self-awareness for my students, because I was doing it for myself as a teacher to sustain in the work. And so spanning that time for 10 years in education, sharing self-awareness, sharing self-care strategies to students, their parents, fellow teachers, anybody that wanted to be well, to do the thing that they could do, is kind of how I got to where I am now. And so now I think about the work with working with emerging leaders to know that you are the leader. So let's have the conversation of how do we sustain you in the work? What does it mean to keep your cup filled, to pour into others while still refueling yourself? And so that passion sparked me to just start sharing ideas with people. So calling up Memphis River Parks and say, hey, we should do community yoga downtown. Calling friends at Shelby Farms, hey, we should do community yoga at Shelby Farms, right? And really working to build coalition to say, hey, when we offer resources to our community that fills them them up that allows them to build community, meet people outside of their zip code, to be outside sharing our green spaces, people started saying yes. And they were like, this kind of sounds like a good idea, Bridget. Okay, now go find people to do it. And so we look at the spaces and the opportunities we have, whether you live in East Memphis or downtown, that every day of the week, you can go outside from spring to fall and access a green space to do an activity that is for your health and wellness, and to connect with people that are different from your visual appearance, the work you do, and maybe even the place you live, is all in an effort to strengthen Memphis. And to just know that that started from an idea of a little 24-year-old who was a stretched out science teacher and wanted to bring something to her students, to now is work that still is happening 12 years later and a lot further than me, because I don't know anything about Zumba, but I go to those classes to just know you have an idea. And if it's really to help and better people, I know that's what Dr. Rosie was sharing, that it's about pouring into others and it will fill your cup.
Woo. Bold decisions. I feel that to my core. I'm a firm believer that your ability to make bold decisions, it gets easier as you get more reps. It's like a muscle. The more practice you get, the better you get at it. And I encourage young leaders to take bold decisions every week. Take something that's outside your comfort zone, because the better you get at managing that feeling, the better you get as you get older and the decisions get bigger. One big decision we had to make. So again, we're in the wound care business. Wound care is a $50 billion industry across the U.S. because if you can imagine, millions of our loved ones have skin cancer, diabetic ulcers, and it's catastrophic. My product, I got it through the FDA, and we had a choice of if we were going to be put on by doctors or put on by patients. So this product, I fought for a couple years, and Medicare gave me my own code, and they'll allow me to charge $20,000 for this. Per application, you need about 12. I sat with that for a while, and the industry was booming. And obviously that is high margins, and I'm a venture-backed high growth business. But that is not why we started the company. We started the company to help more people have a healthier tomorrow, to help more people get better, not restricted to the 5% that could afford it. So what we did was we took a step back. The pandemic was happening, and we noticed people could do hard things like a COVID test. We're like, well, wait a second. If we shift from a doctor product to a patient product prescribed by doctors and have the patients put it on, and I work on cost, give me a cost problem any day. We'll go solve that. Then I can bring it into a $10 product instead of a $20,000 product. And now I unlock the 95% of the population that really need the care. And that decision was one of obviously backed by tons of research on our team, tons of listening, and tons of communication with my investors saying, this is why this is a bigger opportunity when you start thinking of the macro environment and where things are going and where Medicare spend was going. And it's turned out that industry is now crumbling, the higher cost industry. And I'm just like eating my popcorn. So thrilled and relieved because, it's not all the time that your decisions, turn out. But that was one we felt to our core. And we made sure that the communication plan was clear. The goal was clear. We opened it for any discussion that anyone wanted to have. We built a sound strategy and we sprinted before anybody else got there. And so probably one of the more bold decisions we've had to make. But I truly believe like each one of those makes me better, faster, stronger in making the decisions moving forward.
Yeah. I mean, that's amazing. Yeah. I know. And I love the example shared really of cultivating courage in the communities. I mean, the two amazing examples. I want to dig just a little deeper though, personally, what actions do you all take to cultivate that courage themselves? Like I'm thinking if I'm in the audience, I want to know like, what can I start doing? What are those reps that we're talking about of really, how can I become, more bold and courageous in my day-to-day work versus home versus just where we're at?
I'm constantly putting myself in uncomfortable situations, on purpose. Like, oh, I just kind of have a little reflection point of like, okay, is this going to be something that I just jump into, or is this something that I'm a little hesitant? When I identify those opportunities that are hesitant, I take the wheel, whether that's faith, the supportive family, thinking about the historical context of how I got to this place, whatever it is that I tell myself, that is how I move towards the thing that initially brought me hesitation. And I sit there and I reflect and I ask myself, you know, where does the hesitation coming from? Is it coming from doubt? Is it coming from imposter syndrome? Is it coming from, I don't see anyone that looks like me or have my lived experience in the space? Whatever that is, I sit with that and I remind myself again of the conviction and the confidence, right? That we talked about earlier. And if that's a space I'm supposed to remain in, then I do. I figure out how I can begin to grow. I'm constantly in spaces where it requires me to sit, to listen, and to learn from those that are ahead of me. And I love it. You know, that's why I love this. I was like, oh my goodness, the first panel, amazing. I was like, where can I find these ladies? How can we do lunch? I'll pay. Like, I just want to be with you, you know, but that's the opportunity where I'm able to learn and see what the thing is. And a little bit, I'm going to say it, a little bit of audacity. You got to have a little bit of audacity to be courageous. And if it doesn't happen that way, just fail forward. Just when you fall, just lean ahead. And to know that especially in Memphis, that you have a community. If you're in community, there's a community to catch and support you. Now, if you're not in community, Memphis will side eye you and say, who are you? And then they will help you along the way. So you'll still build that courage.
Yeah, and I mean, Bridget said it very well, but I always tell my employees, because, you know, we have to go into boardrooms and give results, and it's daunting for somebody that's 5 years out of college, but I always tell them, get comfortable with being uncomfortable, because that is how you can be confident, assertive, own the room. And so, it's held true through a lot of the bold decisions that I've had to make throughout my career and in my personal life as well. Also be okay, bringing an idea forward and being told no. It's going to happen eventually. And it doesn't define who you are, and it doesn't set you off your path. It's just sometimes a reminder of your idea is not always the best one. And so go back to the drawing board. And I think we need to be okay with being told no. But it doesn't mean you get to give up. It just means you have to persevere. And so having that resilience in the mindset of I will not fail has taken me a long way in life. Like rise to the challenge, make the bold moves. If you fall down, get back up. So,
yeah, I mean, two tools that really help me. So if it helps any of you, love to share. So one of them is a worry list. Probably once a week, I'll get in the notes app of my phone and I'll write down all the things that are worrying me, all the things that scare me, all the things that arguably are freaking me out, to be honest, right? And then I look at them, and when you see the list and you face that fear, it's actually not that scary. Most of those problems are solvable, and some of them are out of your control, and you can let them go. And it's something you can do in 5 minutes, is write down everything from like, oh, okay, my dog is chewing the banister, to like, how am I going to ship 9,000 products, to what am I going to do with this, employee situation that I let go too far? How am I going to have this conversation, right? I write down everything and I look at it. Sometimes I categorize and, this is work, this is personal, this is a future Kayla problem, not today. And some of them I just have to say, I'm going to put this in a ball, I'm going to shoot it in a space and explode it, because that's not my problem. But a worry list is something I do regularly, immediately followed by a joy list. What are the things that bring me absolute joy? And my mentor shared with me that piece of advice. She's like, what brings you joy is when you're done doing it, you have more energy than when you started. Woo! Drop some knowledge on me. The second tool is called a pre-mortem. So if you've got a big decision, my mentor also shared this one with me. Go do the thing in your head and then see how you feel. What are you hearing? What went wrong? What is it that went right? And you can almost simulate, because there's probably a finite number of ways it could go down that you can think of. So whether that's, hey, should I raise $10 million or should we fight towards profitability and fund the company? Let me fast forward 2 years on those paths and see how I feel. Is that the life I want? Is that the future of the company? And I go do that on a walk outside because I'm like solar powered and my kids look for solar panels on me. But that tool has been really helpful when you're facing a big decision, is envision. You've made it. It happened. How do you feel? What happened? What are you hearing? And it helps you think through it from a different perspective.
And what I love about our panelists today is that they're all on different paths, but their values and leadership styles seem to align very nicely. And there are a lot of common threads that are connecting you all. And so that's been amazingly value add to me, and I'm sure to all of our guests that are here today. I do want to leave a little bit of time for some questions. So if there were any questions, we'd be happy to take them because we are bumping up against time. Yes.
Office you want to be at. Why? Why Memphis?
I'm a transplant to Memphis. I came here in 2006. I grew up in East Tennessee, went to University of Tennessee, Knoxville. And my husband's job brought us here. He's an air traffic controller. And so, Memphis was never the place that I thought I was going to land. I had a hard first 6 months in Memphis. And finally I said, once again, get up, Ruby, and go do something, go be part of this community. I will tell you, this community has given back to my family in many ways, both from me professionally to, I have a small child that has special needs and the Neuroscience Institute at Le Bonheur. And when all of this happened, I look back and I'm thinking, this is a God thing. I'm here for a reason. I'm here so Dylan has care. And not only did he have care, but I invested in this community. I invested in my career, and we have been given things back to from Memphis that I never knew existed. So for anybody that's just really hesitant to just start your journey in Memphis, start your journey in this community, my advice is just start, because it will give you so much back if you will just work within these community grants, board seats, and such. So yeah, Memphis is here for my family, personally and professionally, and I can't thank it enough.
So I will share, I moved to Memphis in 2013 after I graduated Dillard. I applied for Teach for America. And if anybody knows, I don't know if they still do it, y'all, because it's been a while, but Teach for America gives you a ranking system. You have to pick the top 10 places you will go and the top 10 places we will absolutely not send you, because they send you, you're deployed out into the world. And Memphis was my number one place on the list. And it was my number one place on my list. I'll tell you, Charlotte was number 2, Houston was number 3, stay in New Orleans was number 4. I don't remember beyond that now. I'm sure I could find it somewhere on the application archive or something. But Memphis was number 1. And at that time, is 21, about to graduate, turning 22. It was because of family, the food, and the culture. Nothing deep, heavy, not work, all of that. I knew I had 3 first cousins who lived here who would buy me drinks, help me if I got in trouble, and I could always go to their house to eat. I knew the food was good. I'm originally from Mississippi, so I was like, I can sustain myself nutritionally here, but also the culture. I knew there was Beale Street. I knew there was a FedEx Forum, so I could go to basketball games because I was going to basketball games in New Orleans. Now, 12 years later, that why I've stayed has definitely deepened. But I would say one of the things that happened for me quickly in my first 3 years of living here in Memphis was that I connected to community. I joined Memphis Urban League Young Professionals. I was voluntold to do the program I now lead for New Memphis, the Embark program. And I joined organizations. I did community service. I learned about our green spaces. And those are the things that pulled my heart deeper, because I was able to see the communities that I was working in when I was a teacher, but then to see it on the weekend, to see it in any other times. And I saw that there was space for me to be purposeful here and to say, okay, these are the gifts that I've been given, and I have the space and opportunity to share them with the world in the community of Memphis. If that wasn't true, I'd be out of here.
Memphis does the thing. I mean, if you want to do something in Memphis, you can do something in Memphis. I continue to be surprised. We've been here 10 years that whenever we want to do something or learn from someone or get to know someone, we're one away. And that time is our most precious asset. And in Memphis, you can get it done. And I never, I'm from Virginia. I lived in Minnesota for a decade, out in San Francisco. When I moved to Memphis, I think week one, I was on Mayor Luttrell's Young Professional Council. And then I went through Embark week 2. Like, I was like, how do I spell Memphis? I didn't know. And I never felt like when I had an idea, it would be heard. And I think I am so impressed with Memphis's ability to listen and to galvanize. And when you have the right people at the table, you have the right conversation. It may not be the right decision or idea, but you're going to have fantastic conversation and potential action coming out of it. And so we feel like that's how I live my life. I belong in Memphis, and I'm so grateful all 3 of my kiddos have Memphis on their birth certificate.
That's an excellent place for us to close out today's session. But thank you, Kayla, Ruby, and Bridget, for your honesty and courage and commitment to building a better Memphis. It is truly inspiring. So let's thank our panelists.
Our amazing moderator.
Thank you to our panelists and moderator. And it's lunchtime. Before you grab your lunch, though, we would like to have you visit our grantee partner booths. And also, we'd love to hear your feedback. So please scan the QR code to complete a quick survey about today's session. Whether you are joining us online or here in the room, your input is important to make this a great event. Enjoy your lunch.
For more than 25 years, the Women's Foundation for Greater Memphis has been an organization of women empowering women to break the cycle of poverty. Our mission is to encourage philanthropy and foster leadership among women and support programs that enable women and children to reach their full potential.
My life has made a drastic change. Like, I'm not sure if I would have the job that I have or have the car that I have if I would have never gone through the Get in the Head class or volunteered for the Women's Foundation. It's so many people that they have connected me with to build myself. And it's like I see a different light of day. Like everything has changed. My children are happier. Their grades are better.
Since 1995, we have invested more than $30 million to support more than 530 programs involving more than 115 local nonprofits, including investments in advocacy and research.
Our program consists of the BTW Lady Warriors athletes. These young ladies are the top in their class, on and off the field. So what we do is we expose our young ladies to careers, opportunities, colleges beyond the 38126. Our program extends beyond the classroom, beyond the court, to real life experience.
Since 2015, we have been driven by the Vision 2020 strategic plan to reduce poverty by 5% over 5 years in the heart of Memphis. The Women's Foundation has invested and leveraged more than $10 million supporting programs that provide services for more than 10,000 people living in the 38126 zip code.
The Women's Foundation has affected my life by providing for the Lady Warriors to travel outside of 38126 to get an experience, to compete against different talent and learn with our teammates. I attend Rush College. I am a rising sophomore, majoring in biology. I currently attend the Tennessee State University. I'm a junior majoring in early childhood education. In 5 to 10 years from now, I see myself being a teacher in elementary school. I also see myself being an entrepreneur and owning my own business.
The foundation connects our partners to our 38126 families to resources and opportunities that empower both adults and children and bring families towards self-sufficiency and stability. Significant impact has been made working with community grantee partners to support our families. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought tremendous challenges to Memphis over the past year. The almost paralyzing effect has had multiple impacts on health, safety, and the security of our community.
So we've had a long-standing partnership with the Women's Foundation, and during the pandemic, I think that Women's Foundation has kind of been a coordinator, a platform for bringing together all these organizations in 38126, and so they reached out to us to just see how our organization was doing, if we were still serving families, were there things that we could partner with.
The Women's Foundation shifted to prioritize our support to meet the needs of our families and spurred the creation of the 38126 COVID-19 Response Project. The Women's Foundation partnered with other philanthropic groups to invest in emergency programs and support low-income women and families. With the help of our corporate sponsors and community partners, more than 160 volunteers helped 2,500 families in need through the distribution of more than 70,000 pounds of food, personal hygiene kits, face masks, diapers, hand sanitizer, gift cards, and community resource packets. Over the past 5 years, many of our families have made significant progress toward economic stability. We stand firm in our commitment to do this work and serve our families to make a lasting impact on their future.
I would encourage the young women to take all the opportunities they are given. There's so much more than 38126 or what you've seen. Don't be afraid to step out of the box. Don't be afraid to be different. Don't be afraid to be bold. Young women, we can change the world, and the pandemic cannot stop us.
Basketball, it's like, it relieves a lot of stress, like it clears my mind. It's fun, bonding with your teammates.
We try our best to like keep them pushing. They try their best to keep us pushing. So you just stick together.
BTW is very, very unique, as majority of the teachers and the students are African American. The Women's Foundation is one of our major sponsors and one of our primary financiers. It's a wonderful partnership to try to get our young ladies just exposed to things outside of 38126 ELCO. So we do different exposure events. We went to New Orleans for the Thanksgiving, and also from Tampa, Florida for the Christmas holidays. So we played in 2 different tournaments. Through those tournaments, we expose our young ladies to careers.
We went to different colleges, like something I never done before. And it was like a good opportunity for a lot of us, really.
We're using athletics to see how the things that they are able to do can move them forward in life. One of our primary purposes of the trip is to get our young ladies to see that they can live beyond their current environment, where they can also be responsible for themselves.
It means a lot. Like, we got a chance to see stuff that we don't see here and do a lot of things that we don't do here. It means a lot to me to know somebody trying to do something for me to make myself better. To know that the Women's Foundation giving to us so we can be better for ourselves is great. Thank you, Women's Foundation. Thank you, Women's Foundation. Thank you, Women's Foundation. Thank you, Women's Foundation.
Thank you, Women's Foundation.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. Welcome back for our final panel. It is the power of collaboration. And the panel discussion is about to begin. Please continue to enjoy your lunch if you're not finished. And we want to welcome our panelists and moderator. The panelists are Dr. Stephanie Ivy, Ms. Effie Ballard Johnson, Katie Smythe, and the moderator, Dr. Beverly Cross. And Dr. Cross serves as the Lillian and Maury Moss Chair of Excellence in Urban Education here at the University of Memphis. Dr. Cross is the Grants and Programs Chair for the Women's Foundation for Greater Memphis and past Chair of the Board of Directors. Welcome all of our panelists and our moderator.
Oops. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our next and final panelist session today. You are in for a real treat. We are delighted to have our panelists join us for this particular session on the power of collaboration. And as all of you know who work in any kind of area, collaboration is the backbone for everything else. So this panel is particularly important for us this afternoon. So we're excited to have them to help us think through examples of collaboration, key areas of collaboration, and challenges to collaboration. We want to thank you for being with us this afternoon, because we all know that without the partners actually doing the work, the goals of the Women's Foundation, our role in this community could not be achieved. So we absolutely celebrate you and thank you for being here this afternoon. It's been a beautiful morning, and I hope you have enjoyed it as much as I have. In this final session, we will explore the power of collaboration. And this is so exciting to me since I've served on the board for years and am currently the co-chair of the Grants Committee, which is all about the work of individual organizations, but more importantly, how those organizations work together for the power of collaboration to take their work to another level, because they can achieve much more when they work together. One of the things that Patria has been reporting that she's learned from reviews of the work that has been going on is that every organization is collaborating in really powerful and meaningful ways with each other, which has taken their work to a new level. So we really do believe in collaboration as a powerful tool for the Women's Foundation and for our grantee partners. I think collaboration has taken on such a hold that we don't have to ask our partners to collaborate. They do that on their own because they have seen what it means for their work and for their success in our community. Please allow me to introduce our outstanding panel for this afternoon. They will present, and as they do, I believe there's some cards on your tables. Please jot down any questions you want to ask them at the end so that they can help connect the work and the experiences they have to some of the things that you're doing in your organizations. First, I would like to introduce Dr. Stephanie Ivy, sitting right here to my right, one of my fabulous colleagues. She's in a whole nother department, but she's so successful, I claim her as a colleague. And she's probably looking at, I've never seen you before in my life, this big campus. But I think of her as a colleague because of the commitment that she has to making Memphis a better place. She is a professor in at the University of Memphis, and she has many outstanding local and national roles that make her a powerful, very critical member of this campus community. She is the leader of the Southeast Transportation Workforce Center. I was ready to change it. I already changed it on my paper to Southwest because I'm like, Southeast, we're in the Southwest, but it's a national honor that she has to serve in this capacity. So for the country, we're considered the Southeast. And she's over the West Tennessee STEM Hub, which is really important in our area to increase the availability and skills around STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. She's the driving force behind what we call G, Girls Experiencing Engineering, and she's a proud grantee partner for that work that she does. Her research focuses on transportation policy, community livability, and workforce development. As we all know, those are critical for families and particularly for women in our communities. She serves on a national committee like the Federal Reserve Bank's Transportation Industry Council and is a passionate advocate for getting more young women involved in STEM careers. Thank you, Stephanie, for serving this afternoon. Effie Johnson next to her. I'm pleased to introduce her, and she's the president and CEO of Neighborhood Christian Center, as you all know, which is a very important organization in our community with expansive outreach. She's one of the Women's Foundation grantee partner. The center serves 50,000 individuals each year, providing critical supports to families in need. A Memphis native, not a lot of people can claim that, and former educator, which makes her particularly special to me. Effie is deeply committed to reducing poverty in our community. In 2020, get ready for this. In 2020, she and her mother were featured on the Today Show. Yay! And during that time on the program, she shed light on the national spotlight on the work that they're doing here in Memphis and its unique approach to their work. She's very passionate for prayer, service, and sharing Christ's love in the heart of everything that she does in her organization. Thank you, Effie. I would like to introduce Katie Smythe. And Katie is the founder of New Ballet Ensemble and School, which is amazing. I love watching in all the programs that you all do. She is also a grantee partner After a 17-year professional dance career, Katie returned home to Memphis with a bold mission to make high-quality dance training accessible to every child, regardless of their ability to pay. Through programs like the Pathways program and the Nut Remix, New Ballet has touched the lives of hundreds of young people. Katie's leadership has earned national recognition, including an award from, you ready, get ready again? These are some powerful women. An award from First Lady Michelle Obama. That's all I'm saying. And she continues to create powerful opportunities in Memphis and for the youth and the arts. Please welcome our outstanding panelists, and I'll start with our questions. So first, I'm going to ask our panelists to talk a bit about their partnership with the Women's Foundation and how it expands their impact in Memphis to be a part of this organization and the support that they provide for you.
For us, as Dr. Cross mentioned, we direct the Girls Experiencing Engineering program. And I think the Women's Foundation support has been pivotal in terms of what we have been able to do. Because not only do we still offer the traditional summer program that we started with, but we have expanded that work to a year-round capacity, supporting community organizations and schools, especially in the focus areas that are important for the Women's Foundation mission. And I think that, without the Women's Foundation helping to connect the dots in a lot of cases and to bring together a lot of the different partners, I think many of us wouldn't meet each other. And so, there are oftentimes some of the best partnerships created from really unlikely places. You might not think that there are going to be synergies between your organizations and the work that you do, but once you start talking with them and you get the opportunity to interact in settings like this or in some of the other ways that the Women's Foundation has supported those opportunities, I think you really find that, hey, there's a really innovative way that we could partner here, or hey, even though we have pretty different missions in terms of what we're trying to achieve, there's this one part where we really overlap and we could work together and make this better and bigger. So I think from our point of view, that has been one of the really impactful roles that the Women's Foundation has played for us.
For neighborhood Christian centers, of course, we were doing work in various different communities, a lot of people coming to us and then going back to where they were from, and specifically in 38126. When we began to see the work that was happening, we were able to isolate those particular clients, or neighbors as we call them, coming to us, and then begin to target more services toward them in the communities that were being designed by Women's Foundation, being very focused in those first 5-year goals, I think it was. And so we were very excited to be a part of that because it created a data point for us. People are not data, but you have to demonstrate that there were outcomes. And for us to have a collaborative opportunity to do that was more powerful than just doing it isolated. And so for us, we saw it was a no-brainer that at the time what Ruby Bright had brought to the table, what Shantae continues to do, made sense. It was a continuum, and we were able to connect the dots between us and them, and demonstrate also that there were people they could trust on both sides. And so when you're working with people in poverty, you're working with people in need, people look at you to see if you're co-signing. And we're very careful about how we co-sign because people don't care about you everywhere you go. And we want to treat people with dignity and respect. And we felt like what Women's Foundation did was proper in dignity, with respect, with love for people. And that's why we thought this was a great fit.
I'm trying to figure out how to say less than I want to say. I think I'll just start with walking in the door this morning and seeing all the faces suddenly smiling and opening our eyes, because that trust and fellowship has been developed through our connections at the Women's Foundation. When we gather together, we come up with ideas just talking, or we receive a boost like Marlon Foster just gave me, where he said, you can do anything. I mean, not many people in your life tell you that, but we're sharing values with the Women's Foundation and with one another. And so there's the synergy that expands the impact, the access that we have to communities, and the time to build a track record so that we can we can be accountable for our work. And then the tools, like the Center for Research and Education Policy, that's Carolyn Ransford gathering all of these tools for us to share with one another, to learn from, but also to be able to support our nonprofits with other grantors, because we now have data, and we don't have a built-in data expert at most nonprofits, but the Women's Foundation has provided that, and I think that's invaluable beyond the grant funding.
It won't surprise you that within answering one of my questions, they answered 3. That's the type of brilliance we have here. So I'll skip on to the next question. The Women's Foundation believes in collective action, and you all have all talked about that in your own way. But would you specifically talk a little bit more explicitly about how working with other grantees or other partners beyond those with the foundation strengthen your ability to actually serve communities?
So many ways to answer this one too. So I think one of the most important things for us has been our ability to really form strong and lasting partnerships and really truly collaborate with some of the other grantee organizations. I saw some of our friends from Streets Ministries earlier. And those, I think, were some of the relationships that might not have naturally built if it weren't for the Women's Foundation. But that's been one of our longest standing partnerships since the Women's Foundation's more targeted approach began. And so we see that growth every year, and we see the ability to impact more and more students through that. So it's not only, I think, those relationships, but it's also the relationships that we have with lots of other types of partners. So for example, in our Girls Experiencing Engineering program, we are bringing in people from industry every summer to talk to the young ladies and help them start to connect in their minds, like what does this career path potentially look like, and do I see myself in this role? And so a lot of our industry partners are incredibly important to that, so that we're able to not only provide young women with role models and mentors and people to aspire to be one day and follow in their footsteps, but also to provide like all kinds of different people. So some of the companies that we have worked with forever, so CN is here, and they have sent in people from not just the Memphis area, but they've sent people in from all over the country to come talk to the students in our program. And that kind of impact is incredible. And when a young person is sitting in a summer camp and they hear that the person that came in to speak to them today came in from Chicago just to see them, I mean, that's a big deal, and that makes them feel incredibly special and important. And so I think it's those kinds of relationships as well, and those collaborations that have been really meaningful for us and have really helped to shape the way the program has evolved and the impact that it's had on the students that go through it.
Can you ask the question again? I want to make sure that
Certainly, most certainly. I wanted to hear you all talk a little bit more about how your collaboration in the sake of collective action, right? To talk about how the action piece is really playing out there.
And I asked that because I have a little different spin, because Neighborhood Christian Centers was designed and created by my parents in our home, not associated with anyone, other than we naturally saw collaboration with people in the community, the school, the whatever. When I became president, my father died in 2008, and my mother had been in charge of the organization all the way to that point, from 1978 to 2008. I saw her as a woman, strong, very engaged in helping people, loving people, but I saw her not isolated like she was alone, if you will, but because of who she was, and I saw the power that she carried. I didn't see other people like her. And my brother came to me one day and he said, do you know about the Women's Foundation? And I was like, I don't know if I really know. And the reason was because we hadn't been exposed in that way. And so once he started doing videos and I started seeing it, then some kind of way we got included. And if you're a woman, and most of you are, you know, it's a lonely road when you're leading. And we're leading something this big, and then my mom had done, and she did it big, and then I had to do it big, you know, and then to be introduced to a Ruby Bright that was willing to talk to me. Then all of a sudden I was able to be a part of some things with the emceeing and just different things like that. And women being willing to talk to me and treat me and understand where I was coming from. So the collaboration for me was first that there were women that were similar to me, had some similar perspective that could be affirming and understanding. And then the other sides of what we did, the other parts of what we did naturally began to unfold. I see the faces I know now from Baptist Hospital, from some of the inner city work that we do that we never could interact with at the scale we are now. We were able to interact with them. We were able to see women that were from the Salvation Army or from wherever people were from. They were coming to these big luncheons. And the other part was, baby, I wasn't part of no big luncheon, okay? I was like, this is big, you know? And Neighborhood Christian Center, we had our little groups that came together. We had a little luncheon at the church or whatever we were doing, you know, which is all good. I've been a part of big things, but the Neighborhood Christian Center we were not that big. And so it introduced us to bigger things. And I was able to think. I've always been a big thinker, but sometimes in smaller settings. And I was able to be exposed in places where I could say, okay, what I was thinking about, that can happen. I can cross over and work with that person. I can do that. And so I don't know if that is specific to that, but for me, having the woman-to-woman relationship with like-mindedness, like leadership, and not feeling alone or lonely, I'm sorry. You have to do sometimes, you have to be alone sometimes when you do things, but the loneliness of it was that there are other people that I can connect with. And so that was powerful for us. And then being able to spread out and say, okay, now what we do, the work we do has collaborative value. We have something we can offer that they're not doing. We could fill a gap here, and it made sense. And so I appreciated what Women's Foundation brought, a national opportunity to us to be connected beyond where we were.
You're going to make me cry. So when I first moved home in 1997, I'd been living in New York and Los Angeles, doing arts education work, Minneapolis as well. I was a professional dancer, but I couldn't wait to get to the schools to dance with and work with kids. And so when I moved home, my son was born prematurely. He was very ill. I didn't feel secure, even though Children's Hospital in LA is a wonderful hospital. He had surgery when he was 9 pounds. And I wanted to be around my mother. I wanted to be with LeBonner. I wanted to be with specific doctors who I knew who I was and would care for me. And then I walked in and started eventually, after a couple of years, and my son was off all the monitors that he was on and the oxygen, and I could get out and breathe myself a little bit. I just taught a ballet class because someone asked me to. And then I got the bug because I realized there were so many children, just as I had seen in Los Angeles and Compton and neighborhoods where we were performing all over the county of Los Angeles. There were so many children who were watching us thinking, how do I have access to this? I'm a mover, I'm a creative. There's no space for me in my school. I'm stigmatized, but I also just can't stop moving. That's how I learn. And my mother started introducing me to strong women because she was a strong woman, and this is a city with a history of strong women like Joanne Ballard, who I met right away when I started my nonprofit, and she was so inspiring. That's her mom. You brought her in the room, so I'm acknowledging. And then Deborah Northcross, our board chair, is one of the strongest women in Memphis, Tennessee, starting at the age of 6, 7, and 8. until she desegregated Central High School, the school I later went to. I've been so proud to know women and walk into the Women's Foundation when it was being founded and just see all of these women working away, volunteering their time, sacrificing their time away from their families to create this. I had just a little sneak preview as a very young adult, and thought, what is this? And my mom said, you just wait, you're gonna see, this is gonna be incredible. And then lo and behold, later, I find myself involved with women like Linda Williams at the Rise Foundation. We're running a family engagement center at Dunbar Elementary in Orange Mound, and I think this was before Vision 2020 was complete, and the Women's Foundation was supporting our workforce development program for young female teachers, young women. And we were realizing that we needed to support families in order to really, really engage and learn what it was they needed and wanted. And we intended to run an art program for families. And we did. We did some storytelling, biographies, spoken word, African drumming for multi-generations of a family, grandparents and grandchildren and parents and kids. And then suddenly we realized people need more than the arts. Before they get the arts, we need to develop trust and we need to ask them, what is it we can bring to you? And it was cross-sector partnerships. And so Linda just reminded me when I checked in, she's still volunteering for the Women's Foundation. When I checked in, she reminded me, remember the work we did at Dunbar? So financial literacy for parents, because we asked, what is it? Where are the gaps? Where can we help you in a family resource center? Not one person said they wanted to pick up a paintbrush and a canvas yet. Not one person really said, I want to dance. They said, I need to figure out my credit rating. I want to finish high school. I want to get my GED. So we brought in Excel Learning Center de novo. We brought in the Rise Foundation to work with parents on their credit reports. And then suddenly we had become a part of a community. And without knowing Linda, I don't know, and others like her, I don't know where I would have found that expertise. It didn't match my expertise at all. It was something I did not have. And so it increased the impact, but I think collectively we strengthened not just our dance program, which we feel is very important, but the school itself and the community surrounding it.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask 2 more questions, so start getting your cards ready for questions that you want to ask the panelists. Okay, so this past weekend I was in Florida visiting 2 girlfriends, and 2 things I always talk about no matter where I am: Hello Kitty and the Women's Foundation. So when I could see they were glazed over from me talking about Hello Kitty, I switched to the Women's Foundation. And one of them said, oh, I'm involved with something like that in Wisconsin. I said, oh, do tell me more. And she started saying, oh, we go to theater, we go to plays, we go out to eat. I said, and after you do that, what do you do with that gives back to Wisconsin communities? And she looked at me like, what are you talking about, right? So it was, I would call it a women's group, not a foundation, because the philanthropy and the leadership and the collaboration was not a part of what she described to me. But I didn't want to be rude, so I said, oh, isn't that nice? So what I want to ask the panelists next has to do with impact, because that's the difference, right? Our partners, and these are partners on the stage, it's all about impact. It's not about niceties and bless your hearts. It's about what difference can we make. So I want to ask them to be very specific in giving you examples of the impact they think they have had, because they have had it, and particularly impacts that are led to coming out of the work that they've done with the Women's Foundation.
So I think one of the things that is most unique about the work that we have done with the Women's Foundation is the fact that we have partnered with them for so long. This is now our 20th year. So, you know, if you look at what we're doing each year, you know, in a vacuum, you might say, well, that's a great program. You've made some nice impact, but it's pretty small, right? But then when you start looking at it over the course of that 20-year period, that is where you really can start to see how we are actually making change. And so I think without an organization like the Women's Foundation, where they're really thoughtful about what impact they want to make, and they really think about how they are structuring their grant-making programs, and they are developing partnerships, and they are sustaining things long-term, that is so incredibly important. Without that, we wouldn't even know what impact we have had or could have had, just because if you look at most grant programs, they're one-offs, you know? And especially right now with a lot of our federal funding, we've lost a lot of things just because a lot of the work that we do focuses on diversity or on women or lots of other things that we are not focusing on now from a funding standpoint. And so this kind of work where it's very intentional and it's very community driven and it's very grassroots on up, I think is absolutely essential, and especially for sustaining impact long term. And so for us, what that looks like is, you know, we have now had over 1,500 young women come into our program, and that's unique people. So we actually know that. You know, we're able to track them from year to year. So we know how many we have that repeat each summer. We change our program every summer so that they can repeat, because we want that. Because we know if they come in more than once, they're much more likely to actually go into a STEM career pathway. We also know that the girls that come through our program as mentors, they are incredibly likely, like in the 80 percentile plus, likely to go into engineering, which is huge. And so we see the fact that we're able to build these long-term relationships, that's the impact. So we still know the girls that started with us 20 years ago. And I was sharing with somebody earlier, we've actually had the child of somebody that was in G many years ago come through our program now too. So I think it's that long-term impact that's really most important, and being able to really collect the data and understand what we're seeing and recognize where we have the opportunity to make tweaks or make changes to meet students' needs better, or meet parents' needs better, or even meet teachers' needs. So many things have come out of the work that we do, but it's because we've been able to study it long-term. And so I think for us, that long-term impact is what has been so critical.
Before we go on, Ruby Bright, did you hear her describe the two-generation approach that I consider you the mother of? That's good to hear that.
And I will also say, I just got a message on LinkedIn the other day from a young woman who was literally like in one of our first years of G, and she was like, "Hey, I don't know if you remember me." And I was like, "Of course I remember you." And she said, "Well, you know, I went to the U of M," which I still count that as a win, even if she didn't come to me in engineering. But she's like, "I went to the U of M and I got my degree, and then I went out and did something." And she's like, "But I want you to know that now I've gone back and I'm going to be a computer scientist. And it's all because I remembered things we talked about in G." And she's like, "And the career path I ended up on didn't give me what I wanted. So now I'm heading back." And she's like, "By the way, do you need me to come speak in G this summer?" And I was like, "Yeah." So definitely impact.
She's really smart, because I could never make that decision. I need a lot of coaching, tutoring. I think about all the things that Neighborhood Christian Centers has done over the years. And unfortunately, the primary clientele we serve are women. And children, mostly children, and then their parents. And so to align with an organization that focuses on women and young girls was important for us, because it brought attention to work that we were doing, but not because we were thinking about them as women. We were thinking about people who needed help and did not really think about the data points about what that really meant, that how many of these were women-led households that were affecting the situations that we were dealing with poverty, and why they remain in poverty. And so as we begin to look at the data, and as the evolution of the reports that we had to send back to Women's Foundation, it taught us better how to think about how we were engaging in and to how to move people towards success. And so what I think about is that when you have a mom that has 3 kids, 5 kids, 7 kids, we listen and we do not judge. We're not in the judgment zone here. We're talking about that if you have 3 kids or 7 kids and you have them within 13, 15 months of each other, there's just no way you can go to work until that next to last child has come of age to where they can go to school. And so a lot of the things we learned from how to observe that data, take that and move people towards success, helped us to be able to search for more ways to create tier levels of stability and then move them towards sustainability. And so 600 of those this past year, we have served in wraparound care or in Meslovian services, where those moms who had to make maybe a decision from, do I feed them or do I pay my utility bill? Do I pay my rent or do I do whatever? Do I buy my kids toys or do I steal them? Do I steal this coat or do I whatever? And now I risk going to jail, and we deal with all of that. And so for us to have this opportunity of support allows us to think about not just a person being head of household, but a woman being the head of household. And what does that mean for her? Because we're going to do whatever we got to do for our kids. And so we have to make people think about, you do whatever you have to do, but let's do it with within the context of integrity. And how do you think about that? And how do you properly save, like with RISE? And how do you do these different things that make it possible for you to make it? And so the type of stories that we would hear when we come to events and things like that, some of those stories were our stories. Some of our people got to be highlighted because they were doing the work. And so that's another way I saw the success of our work in collaboration with Women's Foundation, and seeing the numbers and translating to that. That's not just numbers, those are real people. Those people are women. Those women represent children. A lot of them are women, are going to be women. And then y'all came up with the youth initiatives where the girls could come and be at the conferences and things like that. And so all of those things have been very, very instrumental in us seeing how to serve our people better, that we serve directly, and how to connect those dots with you as well.
I think that what I appreciate the most about what we've been able to do through the community foundation, through the Women's Foundation for Greater Memphis, is avoid stigma, if that makes sense. There's been no judgment under Ruby, under Shantae, under Patria, never any judgment. Like, why are you doing that? Why is this important? And this sounds kind of ethereal, but almost like you can feel the love and the trust in the work. So the encouragement to just keep going, even when you're the oddball, and you're putting kids in Nikes and not point shoes, and then you're watching those kids come through your program learning to believe in themselves, which is they never had a vehicle to learn how to believe in themselves, and then buy their mother a house and a business once they've made it. That second generation approach is extremely important, whether you're touching 9 kids or 9,000 kids. I mean, if we can turn around at the end of our careers and our work together and say 20 kids made it out of poverty to lift their parents out of poverty because of the work we did collectively, I think that's a huge success. And so I think of the stories that were built, because I like to tell stories. I know it's not data, but I do like the qualitative stuff because I am an artist, and that is what we do. We talk about the quality of our work. A young man we met at Streets who had been struggling. We knew his father was incarcerated. We knew his brother was in a gang. We knew that he had anger issues, and we knew that because we were working with Reggie Davis, and he said, this seems like a kinesthetic young person, a person who could enjoy what you're doing. And then he gave us the privacy at the top of Streets. There's a chapel, so the boys could come dance without any judgment or stigma. from others, why are you doing that? You know, why aren't you over here doing this with us? Why are you doing that? So they didn't have to even ask themselves their questions. They were doing it because they loved it. And then when the impact hit me one day when there was a snow emergency and Memphis Shelby County Schools had canceled all their after school programs and we were getting ready to shut down. It was one of the worst snows. And this young man, because we weren't at Streets that afternoon, walked. He called to see if we were open and we still had staff at the desk. He walked from 38126 to 38104 to dance. And I think it was like 20 degrees. I know the snow was high. Another young woman who became a permanent protege of our program is now a Delta flight attendant and in the program that's developing Black females to be pilots. So 72% of employers say that creativity is the number one trait they seek in the workplace. You have to be pretty creative when there's an emergency on an airplane. You have to be very creative to figure out how to get where you want to be when no one else can get you there. You have to chart your own way. And through the arts, I believe we can teach children to believe in themselves. Lil Buck saw himself dancing on the Great Wall of China before he actually did it. When he was 7 years old, he daydreamed from his bedroom that he would juke on the Great Wall of China. And at the age of 27, he was with Meryl Streep and Yo-Yo Ma on the Great Wall of China on a U.S. diplomatic mission, juking on the Great Wall of China. So how do we come together to help every child believe in themselves, to see the future? In our example, to know you can go to college to dance. A lot of kids don't know that. So we developed a college readiness program. You don't have to go to college. You can go straight into a career. So we developed a workforce development program. And those students and apprentices now in their early 20s are teaching in 38126, 38105, 38106, 38109. And so that's that second generation of artists who grew up under the umbrella of your support to become the new ballet, something very different than anyone would imagine.
Thank you. So I have 5 minutes, probably 4, but I'm going to claim 5. And I'm going to ask each panelist to help me think about sustainability. And this is ever more important considering the attack on women in our nation and the attack on women's leadership. So I'm going to ask them to be as concise as possible, although I'm doubtful they will do that, because one thing they have exhibited this afternoon is, where's Patriot? Patriot, we got another power. We got the power of leadership, the power of philanthropy, and the power of stories. So, and collaboration. So now we have 4 powers, even more, because women will come up with something new in a heartbeat. But I'm going to ask them to identify, not tell a story, which will be difficult, a major challenge, a major promising opportunity that you are excited about for the future of the work that you do. And then your questions.
All right, major challenge, I think right now, this landscape, it's funding. And I think major opportunity, I think it's our graduates from our program. We're seeing so many more of them coming back to give back. I think I'm super excited about that.
Major challenge for us now is the evolution of gun violence in the primary communities we serve. But what am I calling it, a victory, or what's the second half? Opportunity, thank you. But opportunity is that we are continuing to see and help bring light to the eyes of those that live in those communities. They can't leave it, they live there, and how we can help them to see past the violence for their future.
A major challenge we've faced is transportation. The reason that young man in the story I told had to walk to New Ballet from Streets. The major opportunity we have is to move into an abandoned building in a disinvested census tract and build a performing arts school with more than one discipline, but with stagecraft, career and technical education, welding, construction, dance, music, theater for all children so that we can avoid the transportation barrier because children have to go to school. So children coming into a building early in the day and getting everything they need academically and artistically by 5 o'clock when they can go home, babysit their siblings so their parents can go to work, hold a job. It solves for a lot of problems. So it's a major, we need you to pray for us because it's a big job.
I'm going to pretend my clock is slow. She's going to get me. She's going to get me. Could I take a couple of questions, please? Oh, thank you so much. They're going to bring your mic so we make sure everyone hears you.
My question was, what family and youth initiatives are being taken to increase generational success?
Is we have a first generation program where we serve youth from 5 years old through career or college or trade. We have 17 students, for instance, this year graduating from high school, first generation graduates from high school going into college or trade. We have 45 that are in college right now. We've had 165 in the past 10 years that we worked with them. And these students are not the ones that choose to come. These are the ones that would not come if their mom wouldn't know to bring them. And so how we're changing the trajectory for families is going to the highest need child, the highest need family, and saying, we're going to walk with you along the way to help you succeed where you can't see it. And so that's how we're changing the generations for the future.
I'll take one last question, please. Yes, please. She's coming with the mic. No, we're going to need.
I want to know, what does your self-talk looks like when you're tired, you feel like you've done all that you can, and you're at your breaking point? What does that conversation look like in your head that keeps you and sustains you in that moment?
Rely on your faith, rely on your belief in yourself, and it's okay to be afraid, as the last panel said. Work through your fears because they're just in the way.
Thank you. You two just skipping out, huh?
Oh, we're not skipping out. I didn't know we had a turn. I thought we were just one person. Okay.
I'm gonna give you a turn.
Oh, we're giving a turn. Well, honey, let me tell you. First of all, what your faith is, you need to rely on that. For me, I trust the Lord. And sometimes you cannot talk to everyone, but you have to have someone that you can talk to. Mental health is important. Find you a counselor and go to them. The other part is that I pray. I have solace. I'm still away. And then from that point, I know that I have to walk in confidence that what I'm called to do, I'm supposed to do. I have to look back at the successes that I've had and rely on that for my future choices. There's some bias with that, and you have to make the best decision you have, and you have to move forward. You can't let other people undermine what it is you are. People tell me, you do so many things. I don't know. They're trying to tell you, you don't have enough margin. You can't tell me what I don't have enough of. So don't let people tell you what you can't accomplish. If it's in you, do it. If it's hard, still do it. And then you get on your knees and keep pushing, because other people want you to just slow down so they don't have to do it. So I don't let them stop me. So that's part of it. I keep pushing.
It's the impact and the stories, and knowing that you can sit back and realize, even if things seem rough, it's still making a difference. I mean, we've got girls now, we've got an Imagineer, she's at Disney. We've got girls that have gone to Harvard. We've got our first West Point graduate in engineering. I mean, so we're really seeing the impact.
Please join me, Stephanie. The power of their work. We thank you for it.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our wonderful panel for this final panel discussion. Ladies, was that not inspirational? I think that deserves another round of applause. That was fantastic. Now, we'd love to hear your feedback, so please scan the QR code to complete a quick survey about today's session and your overall experience. Now it's time for our final group of prize giveaways, and I'm going to let the prize lady talk right now.
Prize lady here. Ladies and gentlemen, get your tickets out. We're doing our last draw today for the scavenger hunt. Ticket number 032107. 032107. You can claim your prizes at the registration table. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Now we want to welcome the Women's Foundation's Senior Director of Grants and Programs, Patria Johnson.
Good afternoon. I'm Patria Johnson. I'm the Senior Director of Grants and Programs for the Women's Foundation for Greater Memphis. On behalf of our President and CEO, Shantae K. Avant, I want to thank you so very much for being with us today, whether you were here in person or online. We are truly grateful for your presence and your support. But a very special thank you goes out to our presenting sponsor, Baptist Memorial Healthcare, for helping make today possible. I have to say, I'm incredibly inspired by our amazing panelists. Weren't they great? They shared their time and experience and wisdom with us. And I hope that each of you all are leaving today with new ideas, new energy, and something meaningful that you will take with you that will make a positive difference in your personal and professional journey. Today has been a beautiful reminder of the power of philanthropy, leadership, and collaboration, and the impact that we can make on our community for generations to come. To our grantee partners, let's give them a hand. We can't thank you enough. Your work is so very important and deeply valued because you have shared today in our showcase and given us a powerful experience. Thank you for everything that you do. But before we close, I'm excited to share a very special opportunity with you. The launch of our Power of Her tribute wall. The power of her lives in all of us. Every woman who leads, who nurtures, and builds and uplifts her community in ways big or small. We invite you to make a gift to honor a woman who has inspired you. You have an opportunity to celebrate her strength, her leadership, and her legacy, and the lasting impact that she's made along the way. And finally, we are just days away from our 30th anniversary annual tribute luncheon on April 24th. We are thrilled to announce that this event is officially sold out. Yes. We're excited about our keynote speaker, Lauren Bush Lauren. She is looking forward to joining us for an unforgettable celebration. So I can't wait to celebrate with all of you. And again, thank you for your presence today.